Good day and good morning and good afternoon. Welcome to our live trading event. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today, another day to come into work and get some things done in the market. I thank you so much for your goodness, your kindness, your grace, and your mercy. And thank you for all of your provisions. Thank you for friends and family. Father, I just ask that you would help me to be grateful for every 3 pips that we pull in the market today. And I ask for wisdom and discernment and for discipline and skills as we go and execute some trades in the market today. In the name of Yeshua, amen. Yeah, good morning, Larry. I missed the majority of the meeting. I came in like 20, 25 minutes late, and then they just shut it down like right as I came in. So I lost track of time, and yeah, I don't really know. So what was your take on it? Japan's finance minister Katayama announced plans to convene an online G7 finance ministers meeting and implement decisive measures regarding foreign exchange markets. That was 11 hours ago. And then 10 a.m. we have revised UOM consumer sentiment. And then other than that, we don't have any high impact stuff. But it is Eurogroup meetings. So sometimes they can make some influential things in the market. Not much really said to when we will be able to trade funded. That's kind of like as I pulled in late, it seemed like not a whole lot was being said. Again, it seems like they're just really just going with it on the fly and not like I don't really know what they got done this week, but like it's been a whole week since last week. So hopefully they've got some things underway. I was talking to Kim last night, and she said that they were going to have a 5% rule where if you hit your 5%, I'm guessing it's in the prop firm or maybe it's in the hedge fund, but that you're out. I don't know exactly what that means, but I'm guessing that you're going to be more stern on the 5% drawdown rules. All right, let's go check out MT5. I ended up getting some trades on last night, and some of them have carried through to today, which is good. They are running. We need those trades to get this account back in shape. Yeah, did they say much on what was going to happen with the prop firm and or the hedge fund? So, I had a decent little trading session last night. Took a long time, but got a bunch good bunch of trades in here. And then through the London session, they all triggered off for profits. And then I just let a few run from the top. We got 4 trades still running in favor from last night's session. So what we can do is we can go in here and we'll start trailing these stop losses down behind the market just to start locking and securing more profit in. So I'll just start behind this pivot for now. Just bring all these stop losses behind that pivot. This is just a 15-minute chart, so I think as we start getting the 15-minute candle closing, we'll just keep trailing this position down. And that will help today's profit, which we need. It's Friday. We need to finish off on a strong note. So hopefully this can keep running down now at this point. Have the US dollar strengthen to finish the week off, maybe. So I'm just backing out here just to see where we're at. Let's just get all these histories, trade history off. We are starting to break free on the downside now. We've really only got this one last pivot here before we've got this pivot. So we're still, so really from this point here, we've got like down to here, which that's another 60, 70 pips we could go. So we may get there today. Let's check and see what we've run today, because that pivot back here was the London high. So we have run 44 pips today so far. So the average is around 70 or so. So we could easily move another 30, but when we're breaking free here and there's not much data to the left, then there's a really good chance we'll have a bit of a bigger day today. And I think we could see these lows today, if not somewhere in here. But there's just not much stopping it now. So we'll see. Oh, you know what? Let's just do, so we got the top side of this channel coming down. We might see a bottom side of this channel start to come into play. I think we probably will. Maybe if we run a line, I'm just trying to find a good spot. There, that's probably a decent way to do the bottom side of that channel. So we could maybe see, yeah, so we could easily see it come down here. That would take us into full daily averages if we were to come down into here. So let's also, so we got this pivot here. That's a good spot for it to stop, because not only is it this pivot, but we've got the tops of all these highs back here. And if we were to measure from the top of today, the London high is back over here. If we were to go down to that line, that would take us to 60 pips. So we probably should go a little further than that. So down here would take us to around 70 pips to hit our daily average. So let's assume we're going to hit the daily average, which means we got to come a little bit further. So let's go find another line. Somewhere down here, we've got these pivots. So let's say we've got this one would probably take us right to that 70 mark. Okay, let's find that right here. We've got a 1.47. Let's get a round number. Okay, right in the middle of that consolidation, we've got 1.47. We've got a round number. We've got the bottom of that channel meeting at this point. So this, I would say, if we're to hit a daily average candle, that we would land somewhere around there on an average. Right in here. Somewhere down to here. Let's maybe put this here. And then we'll put an up arrow. Come on now. What's going on? Something like in here. Somewhere in this range, I think we could land there. If it's just a good, strong day, though, I could definitely see us coming down to test these bottoms and hit a little bit stronger, a little bit more of a higher daily average. Oh, yeah, look at that. Right there is 1.145. Right on that line, 1.145. That's a likely spot that we could get to. So just taking averages all into account, taking the shape of the market, taking the bottom of this channel, we've got a pretty good idea of where we can get to today. Unless it just bounces right. I mean, we don't know which way the market's going to go, but there's a good analysis to find out where it might end up today. All right. So I guess we don't really have to go from the top down. Let's just have a quick look at the daily. I think more is coming. Todd will be updating Todd's website today. Oh, okay. We'll check the Todd's website then today. See what happens. Okay, here's the daily. Yeah, you can see here. I'm going to draw another line in here on the daily. We had that grinding upward. Oh, now I'm grabbing the wrong line. It's because there's just nothing like Alveo when it came to being able to draw on the charts. This line right in here was that upward trend and that daily grind consolidation up, and we broke that. So that's also another good indication for a stronger candle today. We've broken that daily trend. So that really just gives me more insight and thought that we're going to end up in those areas that we were looking at down here, back down to the 15-minute chart. Very wide view. Maybe let's do the hour chart. It'll look a little bit better, a little bit more clear. Yeah, so in this range from the 1.148 to the 1.145. No, I meant to say the 1 point. The heck am I trying to say? The 1.145. Yeah. Somewhere in here. Let's just bring this down to here. And we're going to just put this other line through here. And we're going to say that X marks the spot. Somewhere in there. If we get there today, we're going to review why we got there again today, because I think it's important. I'm just taking a whole bunch of averages and putting them together to try and find where the market's going. I think it's good to do that. But it's funny because like you do all that analysis and then it can just do something completely different. And then you think to yourself, why do I analyze the market? But because sometimes you're right. It's worth analyzing because sometimes you end up being right. All right, let's go down to the 1 minute, or let's just come down to the 5 minute here and see. This is the London high right in here. That's the daily high, actually, not just the London high, but it's the high of the day. and we are just pressing down. It's not actually a lot of strong candles through here. I mean, I guess the hourly candles are pretty strong. Yeah, they're not really. It's just more of a grind down. It's just pressing down on a really consistent, slower type move. So if that's the case, we can just keep taking short positions as it pulls back. If it keeps chopping up and down, that's like decent volatility on the way down. So we can definitely work with that. Do we want to buy the market at all today? I don't know at the moment. I want to just go with this pretty strong trend, and we broke that daily trend on that daily chart. We broke that trend, so I feel that we should probably stay more to the downside. All right. See, I'm still trading these 0.02s. If I can get back over 9,500, we'll bump that up a little bit more. But let's wait until we get clear the 9,500 mark, and then we'll bump it up. And then let's just check one more thing. How big are our price cycles? That cycle is 30 pips. So we'd be fine if we went down to 35 pip stop losses, I think. That one there is 30 pips. And it's actually a lot of chop on the way down. And let's check this price cycle to where we're at now. We are at 24 pips, so we should go a little further. Let's go back and measure a couple more. Because we had this was the Trump speech the other day. And that was a 40 pip move. Let's I think let's just play 50 pip stop losses to be on the conservative side, because I cannot stand to take another hard loss because we've dropped down so much. So let's just play a little more conservative with the 50 pips, and we'll put 3 pip take profits back in. And although we haven't had one of those 40, 50 pip swings in the past 36 hours, we have had one like around the 48-hour mark. So we're not totally off in saying that we still need to keep the 50 pip stop loss on. With those Euro group meetings, we could see just a wild run. So let's just keep that 50 pip stop loss on. Let's just add a sell in here. And that target just lands on those lows. Just barely. And oh yeah, let's see if we can lock in a little bit more profit on the 15-minute charts. We're going to trail. We're going to trail behind the 15-minute candles. So I'm going to give this a little bit of breathing room though. We're going to just go to here, behind that candle. And then I'm just thinking that if this does not provide some overhead resistance in here, then we should probably get out of that position. But let's see. I want to give it a little bit of breathing room here still. It's gone for hours through the night, so we can give it more breathing room. We can maybe even trail it behind the hour candle. Yeah, let's just trail it behind the hour candle. So in that case, actually I should just move it back up to where I had it. Let's just wait for that hour to close, and then we'll trail it. This position will trail behind the hour candles. We're just turning it into a bit of a longer term position, which is good. And yeah, I don't really want to get out of that too quick because I want to just start getting into the short position. So that should be good. Yeah. So as long as we stay under this, then I think feel like we're good to stay in that position. And then we can just start adding in to our position on the smaller time frames. Start scalping some 3 pips. All right, that was a lot of talking for me. How you doing today, Larry? How did the hospital go yesterday? Went well. Good. That's excellent. Um, like, are you getting some like they giving you some updates on what's going on with your sinus? Like, what did you get out of yesterday? Or what's the goal going forward? Obviously healing, but they doing anything for you? Have a good feeling about our trading today. We're gonna make a good few steps forward. When we hit our equity protection the other day, we were at a low of 9,348 was our low. So when we hit that equity protection, we were at 348. So oh yeah, we're doing well. We're almost up 1% from there, depending on how this longer term position, whether it keeps running in favor or if we're going to have to stop out on that one that way. But we've got $412 now, so it's a good chunk forward from that stop out the other day. All right, so if this pops up a little bit more, we can get into a second position somewhere in here. Okay, let's short the market again right here. Let's get into 2 here. If it pushes up a bit more, there we go. Get into a second one. And then we'll get into 2 up here as well. And then we'll just find some layers. If it goes up more, we'll just deal with it as it comes. Oh, we bounced right off the 1.15. I wish I'd noticed that sooner because I would have said that maybe we should have just closed the position as it was running down. Ah, darn. There's a good chance we're going to see a pretty big bounce. And, well, we might. I just don't want to hit that stop loss going that way. I want to try and take the position out on it on the extensions going down if we can, but it's still gonna be profitable if we hit that. I just would rather take it as the market's heading down, not as it's going up. Hopefully it doesn't get hit. But after seeing that 1.5 level, I think it is going to go hit that stop loss. So from the pivot low up to our stop loss is pretty much 13 pips. We could stay under it. It might not get hit. Well, just there's not much we can do. Just maybe we could either just take the profits off of it now or just let it sit and do its thing. Yeah, we'll just put another layer of 2 up in here and then just hope that we don't hit that stop loss going that way. It's a good spot for more bears to come and push it back down in here. So let's just see. All right, we've got this little pattern coming in here that's not encouraging for our short position. We got these pivots coming in this rounding bottom, and we had a run up here on the short time frame, then a pullback, and now it looks like we're going to see a run up. So it doesn't have to go that way. Hopefully it doesn't, but just kind of leaning towards heading up at the moment. Hopefully, yeah, okay, it's starting to turn back down. That's what we want. Nice. Well, take that, turn right back down, almost hitting our targets. Let's get that out of there. Gotta move it out of the way of the candle so it can go and hit our targets. Okay, it's a good strong close. Like, it's funny. It immediately turned around as I said it was starting to head against us. It just spun right around in our favor. I'm all right with that. Now we've got a strong 1 minute close, body close below these other bodies. So that's a good indication. That's a strong turn back in our favor, and we're going back with the trend. So we should hit those targets. Oh, I forgot to write in the starting balance for today. 9,412.15. 412. Oh, I did write in it. 412.30 is where we started out today. There's 15 cents for commissions on those trades. That's what that is. So we have no expectation of what we'll make, but we are heading upward. It'd be nice if that long-term position can just keep rolling with it today. If it did, I don't want to like if it did keep going short and the market kept going down like we analyzed, then that longer term position would probably help us clear the 9,500 mark today. That would be a really good, strong position to get to. And a good step, good chunk of recovery in the account. But that's kind of like the best case scenario, not super likely. But if this market keeps, even if it keeps doing this type of pattern down, we can maybe close that position out further down. That'd be good. Oh, wow, that was an abrupt candle. I'm gonna just short it. Just adding one to that position because that was such an abrupt upward candle. Generally, you get people that hammer that back down. Unless that was just something on my end of the computer, which it might have been. Yeah, maybe that's all it was because that's not responding. Sometimes when you get like those little gaps and those like really big jumps, they reverse quickly, and I think that was not a data issue on the markets, or Like that was just maybe my computer lagging a bit. Oh yeah, I can see the internet actually causing us a little bit of trouble. So that was an internet issue, is what happened there, unfortunately. Well, now the market's making that pivot back up. Let's just add another short on this pivot. Get into a second one. It's kind of annoying. So we've got three. We got one down here. We've got three here. We'll just go one more here. So we'll go three here too. But that means if that runs up, we've really just got to let it run before adding into a bigger position. I do not want it to hit that stop loss. I was really hoping that that market would keep running in our favor today. It still could. It could stop that position out and we could still be heading down, but it goes back to my radiation and chemo, and that causes a lot of trouble. That's like a big part of what the sinus issues are. Yeah, that chemo will do some real havoc on your body. So it looks like we're going to probably get a pop and then a stronger leg right upward. And we're about to tap out on that position. Well, there it goes. I shouldn't be upset about that because that was profits. But I was really hoping that one would keep going. So we made a few chunks of $4 and change on those. 4, 8, 12, 16. We made probably $18 on that trade, which is good. It's because we hit that halfway mark, that 1.5 mark, and usually you get a pretty big bounce off of that. And so I just wish I'd seen that sooner, and we would have just tried to close the position a lot sooner and made more money on it. But I just didn't see that when we were looking. If we get a really aggressive run up here, we could probably gather up a new position that we could hold on to. So maybe we just reload it, and we can put a layer in here. Let's just wait a little bit more and get these targets a little bit higher above that red line. Okay, and let's find the next really good spot for a bounce. That's the midway point. That's right at the 1.52 mark, and we bounced off that back here, so that's a pretty good spot. The next spot would be, we've got this right in here. And then across these tops. So these would be really good. And then the top of that channel is showing up right in that area too. So that's going to be a really strong spot to bounce back down. So we'll get into another 3 positions on this layer, and then the following one will get up to 6. And because this is all sized down, remember this is way sized down, so we got a little bit more room for a higher volume of trades. So we should be fine to add 3 here and then add 6 up here. We should still be safe if we do that. But another thing to remember too, a lot of the day has been quite slow until we get to the 10 a.m. mark for me, or 2 hours after the open. That's when the volatility seems to kick back in. So we're just getting this really slow market right now.
It's Savage Club. You can't even.
Yeah, it is really slow. Okay, if this pops up a little bit more, we'll get into two more trades. Oh, we're 5 minutes to the hour as well, where we usually see reversal. So could be a good opportunity to get some profit as we turn over the hour. Well, if we had 2 pip take profits, we would have probably been able to grab a couple layers. That 3 pip target was just missed. It's still a really tight squeeze. It's hard to hit 2 pips in there, but we could have maybe got one. Okay, just over a minute to the new hour. If we get a pop up, I'm going to make sure to get into a few trades. Okay, 1 more minute. Hoping or expecting to see a bit of a reversal as we hit the new hour. Oh, okay, you're going over to Todd's class? Sounds good, Larry. Thanks for coming in. I'll be here probably even when he's done, though. If you feel like coming back, I should be here still. But if I don't see you, then have a great weekend. Good morning, then. Good afternoon to you. Larry just left us to go into Todd's class. I'll just grab a couple shorts here. On that pop up. Yeah, Larry was just heading out. You just missed him. I'm not sure if he might come back after Todd's class. I don't know if sometimes I think Todd on a Friday doesn't necessarily do a full hour for his class, so I don't know. We'll see. Larry might be back. But just you and me for now. How's it going? Were you running some errands? Did you get some trades in the London Open this morning? Okay, as this market runs up, we're going to start running into the top of this channel, which I will definitely want to be short at. this channel running through here. So this is going to be a really good spot to hopefully get a bounce back and head down. So we'll get in probably 6 trades on that next line. Probably 6 to 8 trades. We should get into that up in here. Also just want to take note too, we have scaled down in lot size a whole bunch. We're still just in 0.02s. Okay, we'll start to get into another position, get into 2 here. If it pushes up a bit more, we'll get into some more. Okay, so as it pushes up, we'll get into a few more trades. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. Expect to see that at least break here. So we'll get into 7, but also high potential of a whipsaw back down just because of where it's landing on that trend. I'm going to just take off a couple take profits up here because I'm really expecting to see a bounce on this trend line. So maybe I'll just take 2 of those off for now. And we'll grab some of this profit. With some of that profit, we'll get rid of the bottom trades. So if we can hit that profit target layer, we'll definitely take a loss. Just to mitigate the risk. Oh, and Reggie's in here too now. Good morning, Reggie. Vin just got here. And Larry just left us a few minutes ago. He went in to go to Todd's class, which is with Trader on the Street. So he just went over there. I'm not sure if he might come back here after. But we've got Vin and Reggie in here now, which is great. Nice to have you guys. Just a couple minutes till the stock market open. Hey, Reggie. Great to have you this morning. Okay, just fade back into a couple more shorts. Just want to take note, guys, also that the lot size is still decreased down to 0.02s, which is less than half of what we were trading from the other day. Which is also why I've got a couple more orders on. We'll be on for a bit. We may have to jump off early. Yeah, no problem. Just do what you gotta do. Reggie, so earlier in the week, I put a real dent in this account. So at our lowest, we hit $9,348, which is, I just took a losing streak outside of our trading sessions here. So we are now in recovery mode. We're in drawdown trading. So I've reduced the size a whole bunch so that we can start to bring the account safely back up. So we're going to be a little slow here for the next few days while we get the dig out of this hole. But it's still a good practice and it's a good lesson too for when you get into a drawdown to back off, and you have to exponentially decrease your size and your speed of entry. It's just the opposite of what your body, or at least my body, wants to do. When you get into drawdown, you want to do everything and anything you can to ramp up the size and get out of the hole because it feels terrible. But gotta slow down and reduce size and just like resist what the body wants to do. ton of patience, just slower trading. And it's so hard for me. It's so hard to get to that point where you're just to accept that it's going to take time and you got to slow down. I hate doing that so much, but that's the reality. It's just what you got to do. If I had come to that reality a little sooner, I wouldn't have put this account into such a drawdown. I was in denial for a little bit that I had to slow down. I just didn't want to accept it. So the last couple losses probably shouldn't have happened. I shouldn't have lost so much, but that was just a mistake, human error. Okay, so we took some profits there, so we're going to take a loss on the downside to mitigate that risk. Get rid of one of those trades. I've just left a couple trades on at the top just in case that was a top. We were running right into the top of this channel on a pretty big extension up, so it's very likely to find that bounce there. So I just wanted to hold on to a couple trades. Here's that channel coming in. So we were running right into it pretty good. So now what I'm going to do with those trades is I'm going to grab the stop losses for them like this, and I'm going to move that to break even, a little bit better than break even, just so that I can't lose on those. So those are a little bit better than break even now. I can just forget about them and just trade like normal. Okay, we definitely got those bears coming back in now. So on the pushes back up, we'll get into some more shorts. Up in here, if we get a push back up, we'll get into some more shorts. Want to try and ride that bearish energy. Just looking somewhere in this area for some more shorts if it runs up. Somewhere in here. Yeah, so I think it was Wednesday. We took another stop out in our live trading session. I think it was Wednesday, and that was another 2% loss, and it was a painful one for me because I'd had a losing streak before coming into our trading session here on Wednesday, and so it just stung. It was another loss, another 2% loss. And the annoying thing was too that market bounced immediately after taking us out. But the low of Wednesday, when we hit that stop out, we were down to 9,348. And so now we're coming back pretty good. Okay, let's get in some more shorts here. 1, 2, 3. We might go and take that position out, and if it does, I'll reload another 3, 4 positions up top. I'll definitely get into. I'm gonna probably get into 5 up here if it runs up again. That's the way it's getting there. It's asking for some more bears to come and hit it, because we're at a strong turning point on that trend above. And so if it just runs up quickly, aggressively, like 10, 12, 13 pips, it's a perfect spot for it to get smashed back down. So I'll get into probably 5 or 6 trades up there if it runs up. Yeah, if it runs up into here, probably get into 5 or 6 trades. And then I will also be, okay, so we're tapping those out. That'll also be a really good spot for a double topping pattern. So I'm kind of expecting to see a little bit of a double topping pattern coming in. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 4. You can see that's momentum is definitely slowing down now. Those bears are starting to come in here. It's a good sign. So I'm going to put in 2 more. If it runs up a bit more, I'm going to put 2 more trades. And then I'm going to try it again, or I'm going to just leave a couple of these take profits off, because I am expecting a bounce there. Take off 2 again. We'll try it again. Just waiting for a little push higher and I'll grab a couple more shorts. Because also I want to reiterate why too, because from this point here all the way up to here now we've run 10 pips. That's generally the end of a price cycle on the 1 minute chart, and it's correlating with the upper trend, that trend line. So it's a really good spot for it to turn around and then turn this whole thing into a double top. Okay, I'm going to grab one here. And I'll get one more if it pushes higher. And then that will be it in case it runs. Okay, one more right here. And I'm just going to take profit off. It looks like that was a pretty strong. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty strong move, but it's a pretty strong spot for it to turn also, so. Let's pull up the 15-minute chart here just for a second and zoom in. So you can see right now we're just running like heavily right into that trend support. So it might just keep going, but I think we're at a pretty strong spot for it to pivot and turn around. 9:44. So this is starting to be a good reversal time of day as well. The next 15 minutes is a good time for it to reverse. So see if those bears come in. Still pushing higher. Okay, that was a pretty strong candle to the upside. Pretty strong close. Still gonna play short. Just slowly add another one. And also take another take profit off. Take profit off. They're just in like a really good position, so I want to ride those ones just a little bit more. If we get the turn, we might not though. We might have to keep running, and then we'll just hopefully manage our way through it as we go up. Grab one more, and then that's going to be it for a little bit in case it keeps running up. Gonna draw one more trend line across the top. right on. There's better pivot actually is right there. So that may have, we're still in that trend line. None of these trend lines are perfect. So I think we're still somewhere within that turning point. We haven't just blown right past it yet. Right in that spot there. So it hasn't got away from us yet. If we get past that line now, then yeah, it's getting away from us. But somewhere in here, I think we should still see a turn, especially with the time of day. I believe we should see a turn. Okay. And then let's see if there's another spot that correlates up here. 350, the 350 mark. It's also a pretty good line. 1535. The drawing is definitely starting to get messy on this chart. I've been doing a lot of analyzing, trying to find out where this market's going to go or where it's not going to go. Let's go back down to the 1 minute. And then another thing I like to do is also draw ahead in case it does go in our favor. Where's the next likely spot for it to stop? Let's say it kind of runs down with for us. We've got this trend line now. So if it were to come down here quickly, we'd probably want to make sure that we're getting out of a lot of the trades for some profits to lock the profits in. So just keep that in mind. Or if it comes back down here at a slower rate of speed, the same way that it went up, then we're starting to see more of a parabolic turn. Then maybe we don't want to exit. But it's just kind of like how fast does it get to the next place that it's going, and that helps to determine what you're going to do. If it just kind of shoots down pretty quick, we definitely want to just take some profits off. But if it just meanders back down, we could see a head and shoulders pattern start to come in here. We've got a pretty good shoulder right now. We've got a potential head starting right now. We could see a bounce off this trend and then another shoulder right here. That could happen. I could see that happening right around over here. Come down here and then run back up and then turn over, something like that. That would not surprise me. Let's see if we even get this turn. It's just barely starting to come our way. So we're at about 430, 9,430. So what we'll probably do is if we get a run down, we'll take a bunch of these profits off and then we'll take a loss or two and then try and hold the account around the 430 mark if we can. Let's just see how this goes next. Yeah, we could put some profits in and make it to like 435 and then take some more losses off the downside to mitigate, and that just lightens everything up. And then we could potentially go back up and try and grab some more shorts on a shoulder or a double top up here, something like that. Just trying to play ahead of this market. We don't want to chase it. We want to make game plans steps ahead of it. All right, it's coming our way. This is looking pretty good. So this is a very likely spot for it to come down to. And it's right in here where I think we should probably just take all those profits off. Unless it just shoots through, then maybe we can hold on to it. But this should provide a bounce spot, and then an attempt back up would be a high probability. Oh, I'm dragging one of those trades. What's going on there? What did I do? What's going on? I've got one of those lines. I don't know whether it's a stop loss now or a take profit. I just accidentally grabbed one of the order lines, and now it's just kind of in the way. Oh well. All right, starting to see that market slow down in here. So let's go up and let's take some of these profits off the top. There's a dollar. Take some of these. They're bigger trades, which is good. Oh, okay, hold it. It's trying to run back up. On the push down, as it pushes down, we're going to take some more of these profits. Okay, there's another push down. Take profit. Take profit as it's pushing down. And one last little one. That's good. And then we'll go down here. And we just bumped up to 433. So now we'll take a $3 loss. All right. So that was good mitigation. We took some profits. We took another loss off the bottom. And we've lightened the position. So now when it pops up again, we can do that again. What is this thing doing here? What is that line doing there? Stop loss. I'm going to just get rid of that for now because I don't want it to get hit. Does that make sense, Reggie? What we're doing there, Vin? I took off the take profits to let it run just a little bit more than the 3 pips. So we squeezed a little bit more juice out of them, that was all. Had I just left the take profits on, they would have been hit and it would have been just fine as well. But we just squeezed a little bit more. Just squeezed a little bit more out of them. And then we've got this really nice shape coming in here. If we come in and we hit this zone here, I'm going to go in pretty hard on that shoulder. If that comes in, even it could become a shoulder, or we could even double top up here. And I want to be all over that trade because we know that upper trend line is coming in. The bears are starting to show. So if we get another pop up, man, I'm going to be all over that. We'll get in a little bit heavy on that short. So we're pre-planning that ahead of time. And actually, even better, I find if you get a shoulder that's even higher than the other shoulder, that pattern becomes even stronger of a pattern. So I don't mind if that shoulder from over here, if we get an even higher one over here, I like that. That would also be really good. And then see if we break this trend line and just come right through here. I'm going to remove these take profits now. Those guys. Just in case it just breaks through and we don't get a head and shoulders. If that trend line breaks, we could just get a pretty big shot through. So that's just a little adaptation. Rather than adding more trades on for risk, we're just removing those take profits to hopefully gain a little bit more out of the trades. Rather than adding risk, we're just adapting that way. And I'm doing that just because of the shape of the pattern of the market. You definitely could just leave your take profits on them, and that's probably the much easier way to do it at this point. These are the little tricks that I do after these years of trading this way. So just showing you the way that I generally do things. My cat is agreeing. You want to come up here? Big boy. Yeah, Reggie, that bearish RSI, for sure. That's just adding to our reasoning. That slowing momentum is really becoming evident. So, okay, here comes that upward shoulder coming in. Start fading into that. Some shorts in here. I'm going to get into probably 8 on this one. 2. And I'm going to remove those take profits because the shape of the market. So we got 2 trades on. I want to get into 8. It runs up. Come on, go against us. It's asking for it right now. Good sign. I got my expert advisor, trading floor manager with me right now. It's going to be a good trade. Okay, here's number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I just took those take profits off on those as well. My son was just coming in to show me he's found a Lego piece for my Lego car. So that'll be good for later. All right. Still got pretty strong push up. Getting close to this pattern falling apart if it goes much higher. There's one good sign. Okay, one good candle right there. And it is lower than the head. Actually riding right along that trend line that's up there. Okay, there we go. And we're right into the new hour now. This is a perfect timing. Really good timing for a reversal in the market. A lot of things lining up for us right here. We got that trend line above. We've got the time. We've got that bearish RSI. We've got a lot of correlation right here. That's perfect. When you get all those things correlating and lining up, those are the times when you want to just maybe be a little bit, add a little. If you're the type of person that has your A plus setups and you trade those heavier, then that's when you add your size. Now, that's not always what people do or the way you trade or I trade, but when I get an A plus setup, I go in a little bit bigger. Some people don't change their size on their trades. They just do the same thing every time. And that's also a great way to do it. But I go in a little bit heavier when those things all start lining up. Okay, it's still shaping up in our favor. going to be a fight right here because those bulls do not want this pattern to trigger. Let's bring this up just a little. Right in here, those bulls don't want that pattern. So there should be some real tug of war in here. But it is looking really good at the moment. Shaping up really good. And then my rule is when I take those take profits off like that, as soon as that pattern follows through, then I have to secure that position with the stop losses just in case it runs back up. I got to secure those and get them off. And if it pops back up and they lose, that's fine. That means the pattern's falling apart and you don't want to be in that size anyway. So that's just one of my rules. That winning position, I can't really let it turn into a losing position. Okay, another good candle. Just made, this is where we should see lots of battle in here. We're probably gonna see a lot of flickering and some battling, some fighting up and down. Okay, we don't want to see that candle go much higher, otherwise it starts to break the pattern. But it might. It's a very sensitive area right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we might see it, the pattern break on us. We've got this little cup and handle starting to shape up right now for the bull side. It's falling apart. It can pivot back down now. It still kind of holds it together, but it's starting to break. That pattern's just starting to break. I do not really want to carry these 8 trades up. If it's going to shoot up, I probably will lighten some of those up. I'll take a few small quick losses. Oh, right at the last second here. Might be pulling back our way. Okay, that's a really good candle. Nice, strong close right on that line. That's going to be hard for it to get through, but if it does, then that pattern just barely still good, I think. Okay, here's the tug of war. This is the real battle I expected. Right at this line. Look at it bouncing all the way back up. It would have been helpful to have left the take profits on because we might have had a few profits there. Yeah, we would have had a few. Just tagged a couple of them, but it's okay. Oh, wow. Quite the reversal candle. That is negating everything it just did. Okay, that's not good. I mean, this still could roll around and not become the head and shoulders that we wanted, but that's not the right type of move we want to see. Like this could just turn into a wedge with this line. It could just turn into a wedge as well, and then break down. But it could just this could just take off to the upside here too. Okay, so that head and shoulders is now falling apart. That's not the pattern that we were trading for a few minutes ago. Oh man. Still got some room. If it shoots up, we can handle a little bit more. Oops, what's going on? This is not looking good. Because now if that trend line breaks, there's going to be a flood of bulls coming behind it to take it away. So this is it's such a big important location on the chart right now. So I think the pattern that we were hoping for is not there anymore. But the I think as it makes this one is probably still divergence, right? One, two, three. We've got three upward legs and slowing momentum. Like if this takes off now, then obviously it's not slowing. But if we can create a turn here, then that divergence still counts. Okay, Vin, thanks for stopping in. Always good to have you with us. You have a fantastic weekend also. God bless you. And hopefully we'll catch you next week. Well, it's a good sign that it didn't just take off on us yet. Let's see what the 5-minute chart looks like. This could still turn into a triple topping type pattern, but like a divergence pattern is still there. Yeah, that 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's definitely still there. There we go. That's a really good sign that we're getting that turn there. That divergence is definitely still there. Okay, we're going to come right into this line again, or we're going to have a battle. But I've got a feeling that the Bears are going to win this time. There's good little pullbacks in here. I kind of wish I could spend more and we could be making some profits on these little moves. But I don't really have the capital to keep spending anymore. Oh man, that's not good now. we could potentially still have one more chance at a pop higher with a rejection, but it's not looking so good anymore. Like maybe up here. Oh, actually, there is one last good spot, that 400 level. That would be a potential resistance spot too. I'm just going to add one more short there as that turn comes in on the 1 minute chart. Right there. Take profit off. Still slowing momentum to the upside. Okay, you can see the bears really coming in now. I think this is their chance now. Okay, right back onto that trend line now, where we've been battling it for like an hour now. Okay, see you, Reggie. Thanks so much for coming. Yeah, have a great weekend, and maybe I'll see you next week. See you, Reggie. Just starting to break that trend line now. Just trying to. There we go. It's opening up the doors for the bears to come in hard. Start smashing it down. I mean, I guess it could jump back up again, but it's just looking good now for the bears. So I'm just coming back in here to finish this session out. I'm going to lock in the profits, and I'll probably just let this cruise for the rest of today. It's Friday. I don't really know what's going to happen, but I'm going to lock in the profits, secure it, and then just call it a day. If it keeps going down in my favor, great, we can earn some more money. If it's just going to stop out on that level, that's fine. It'll earn a little bit of profit. So I'm going to just show you how I come in here. You notice I've been like pulling the order lines, like starting them off of, so I like grab it here, drag it up to get my stop loss in place, and then put it here. So I'm gonna actually just go grab the rest of them from up here. I'm going to the 15-minute chart so I can go and grab my stop losses, which are all the way up here. And I'm gonna go and put them down right on here, just like this. And that way we can let the market continue working in favor if it wants to keep going down. We had a little bit of obviously a news event that hit the market, and that I was super close to having to stop out actually on that run up. Thankfully it didn't. But the consensus was hopeful on the US dollar. If you go and check that news, I'm going to just pull up what that update was, because it was on Forex Factory. White House officials cautiously hopeful latest talks with Iran are making progress. Sources familiar with the talks. So it's enough to get people hopeful on the dollar, and I think that's why we're heading down right now in the euro dollar. And so I'm just going to lock it in and see if there's follow through on that, just on that news event, and see if the whole rest of the world is agreeing that the dollar should strengthen. We will just find out. So we've got that locked in now. So now if that market pops up, it will go hit that and make money. So we'll stop out the position and it will make some more money. Or if it keeps going in favor, I can come back later and try and lock in some more profit. I'll move the stop losses down and see if I can lock in more. So we're at 9,430.71. And I'll just go punch that in and see what we've secured on the session. It's been a long session, but I just wanted to keep it going and just show you what I actually do. So we're at 9,430.71 cents. And then we started today so minus 9,412.30. So we've currently locked in $18.41. Divide that by 9,412.30 times 100. And we are at 0.2%. So that was a really good day because it's harder to make the 0.2% while we've downsized the lot sizes as we're in this drawdown right now. And so the drawdown makes it that we got to go way lower and slower. Just got to do everything in slow motion to crawl out of the hole. Essentially, we have to air down the tires, pressure down, and go into low gear so that we can rock crawl our way back up. And so that's a slow way to do things, but we still managed to do really well today, hitting 0.2%. So that's going to be it for today. I actually just want to show you one more thing. So now if that market comes back up and hits that stop loss, it will add money into the account. I just don't know exactly how much. Like it might add another $15 or $20. But I'm just going to let it sit for now. We'll just see what happens. It'll either hit it or maybe it will make some more money. So we'll just leave it at that. And so that's it for today. It's been a solid week, and we'll get back to you the start of next week. So have a really good Friday. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch you guys next week. And I'll update you on how this goes too. So, all right. Have a good weekend. See you next